All right, Wildcat Bowlers, we're here at Westgate Lanes in Lima, Ohio for the Boys OHSAA D2 Northwest District. We are experiencing bandwidth. Please bear with. I've had to drop the resolution to get a maybe quite as clear as what you had used. I apologize for that. Teams here today, starting on lane 15, we've got Coldwater. On lane 16, we've got Napoleon. On lane 17, is St. Moving down 20, then Fort Recovery 27, and Winford on 20 lane. Starting out for the Wildcats, Michael comes in a little light, ends up leaving the 1-2-4-10. If somebody comes up and let me know the picture, will be good. And text it. Up for the Wildcat is Preston Miller. And Preston strike. All right, Riley there. Now we've got Ashton. All right, looks like we've got some choppy video. We'll see if it figures itself out. If it does, to drop the stream bandwidth. Jacob up now, lane 16. And Jacob leaves the 10. Jacob his spare. Ashton with a strike on lane 15. We're going to try and drop the video resolution to maintain the stream here. Strike for him. So that's got bowlers in the second frame. Ashton gets 9. Ashton misses his spare, loses it to the right. Jacob up next, lane 15. And a strike for Jacob. Michael picks up the spare, first frame or third frame. Riley just left an 8-pin on lane 16. He's up for his spare attempt. And he picks that up. Riley's up next, lane 16. Leave in. 9. Riley picks up the spare. Ashton with the strike on lane 16. Coldwater picks up their spare, lane 15. Jacob will be up next on lane 16. Jacob leaves the 4-pin, gets 9. Jacob's spare attempt. And he picks that up. That'll bring Michael up on lane 15. And Michael leaves the 10-pin. Coldwater leaves 6-10 on lane 16. Michael's spare attempt. And he pulls that inside and misses. Preston gets 9, leaves the Coldwater with a strike over on lane 16. Preston, spare attempt coming. Picks it up. Strike. Ashton up next. Or I'm sorry, this is Riley up next. No, Riley had a strike. This is Ashton. And Ashton with a strike. Brings up Jacob. Jacob gets 9, leaves the 10 pin. Jacob, spare attempt. Loses that off to the right. Coldwater with a nice ball for a strike on lane 15. Michael up next for Napoleon. Nice ball for Michael for a strike. Preston up now for Napoleon. Work on a strike from the last frame. Comes in a little bit heavy, leaves the 6-10. Coldwater leaves the 2-4-5-8. Preston now, spare attempt. And he pulls that one inside. Coldwater with their spare attempt picks up 3 out of the 4. Riley now. He's got 2 strikes in the last 2 frames. And he leaves the 9 pin, gets 9. Riley, spare attempt, picks it up. Ashton up now. And he leaves the 9 pin, gets 9. Ashton, spare attempt, picks it up. Brings up Jacob now on lane 16. Lets it go. Nice ball for a strike for Jacob. Michael now, lane number 15. And he leaves a solid 10 pin. Michael now, spare attempt. And he covers that one nicely. Now we got Preston up on lane 15. Preston comes in a little bit light, leaves the 2-8-10. Coldwater leaves an 8 pin on lane 16. Preston with a difficult spare here on lane 15, the 2-8-10. And he gets 2 of them. That's about all he can do. That'll bring Riley up. Coldwater picks up their spare on lane 16. Riley now, 6th frame, and he leaves a 7 pin. Coldwater with a nice strike over on lane 6. Riley, spare attempt. And he's got that one. And there's a strike for Coldwater on lane 16. That's 2 in a row for that bowler. Ashton with a nice strike, taking out the 9 pin late. Coldwater with another strike over on lane 16. That's 2 for that bowler as well. Jacob now, lane 15. And there's a strike for Jacob. That's 2 in a row for him. All right, on my end, it seems like things have kind of settled down with the video and the audio. If we can just get a quick confirmation from someone in the chat, I'd appreciate it. Michael Gallagher up now, lane 16. There's a strike for Michael, lane 16. I apologize that the resolution isn't higher, but this is all the connection can currently support. We get a strike for Coldwater on lane 15. And there's a strike for Preston over on lane 16. Coldwater comes up high, but they carry for the strike. Riley now, lane 16. And he cannot get the 10 pin to go down. All right, thanks for the confirmation on the audio and the video. Coldwater leaving the 4, 6, 7, 10 on lane 15. Riley now, spare attempt, and he loses that off his hand, pushed it a little bit to the right. And Coldwater's able to pick up 3 out of the 4. That was good. A good attempt from them. We've got Ashton now, lane 16. And a strike for Ashton. That's 2 in a row now for him. There's a strike for Coldwater on lane 15. Jacob up now, lane 16. Nice ball from Jacob. Another strike. 3 in a row now. Coldwater gets the late hit on the 10 pin, drops it for a strike. Coldwater gets the 4 pin to go down late for a strike. Michael now up on lane 15. Nice ball from Michael for a strike. Solid pocket hit. That's 2 in a row now for Michael. Preston up, lane 15. Another pretty ball for Preston. That's another strike for him. 2 in a row for him as well. Coldwater with a strike over on lane 16. That's 2 for him in a row. Riley now, lane 15. Crosses the head pin. Leaves the 9 pin. Coldwater leaves the 8 pin on lane 16. Riley pushes that one again. Coldwater picked up their spare on lane 16. Now we've got Ashton up for Napoleon. Ashton with a strike. That's 3 in a row now for Ashton. A strike for Coldwater. That's 4 in a row for that bowler. Jacob now, lane 15. There's a strike for Jacob. 4 in a row for Jacob. Coldwater gets the carry for a strike. 4 in a row now for him. Coldwater up on lane 15. Another nice ball from Coldwater for a strike. Michael now up on lane 16 for Napoleon. Comes in light on that one, gets 5, leaves the 1, 2, 4, 8, 10. He picked up the 1, 2, 4, 10 on his first ball in the first frame. Or first, I should say, second ball in the first frame. Another strike for Coldwater. And Michael has no problem with that spare either. Nicely done, Michael. And another strike for Coldwater. Preston comes in high but gets the carry for the strike. Coldwater gets the late hit on the 10, goes down for the strike. Riley up now, lane 16. And he leaves the 10 pin. Another strike for Coldwater. That's 5 in a row for that bowler. The bowler before him has 5 in a row. Riley picks up the spare. Nicely done. Ashton now, lane 16, 9th frame. And there's a strike for Ashton. That makes 4 in a row now for him. Jacob up now. Something didn't feel right. Jacob stops, resets. Jacob lets it go. Comes in light. Missed the head pin. Leaves the... Looks like the 1, 3, 8. Michael with a strike over on lane 15. Jacob picks up his spare. So Michael with a strike to start the 10th frame. And he gets the late tap on the 7-pin to go down for a second strike in the 10th. Coldwater with a strike to start the 10th frame. That's now 4 in a row for him. Michael, last ball, 10th frame. Looks good, but can't take down the 10-pin. And Michael will finish with a 2 the first game. Coldwater picks up a second strike. Preston with a strike to start the 10th frame. That's now 4 in a row for him. And Coldwater finishes with 7 in a game of 244 for their first bowler. Preston coming in light leaves the 1-2-4-10. Coldwater starts the 10th with another strike for their second bowler. Preston now, spare attempt. Nicely done. Preston will get one more. Or no, I'm sorry, that was his final ball. And he finished with a 209. Coldwater, second ball, 10th frame. He leaves a 7-pin. Riley now up for Napoleon. He's got a spare working in the 9th frame. There's a strike for Riley. Nice ball. And Coldwater picks up their spare. Their second bowler finished with a 205. Riley now, second ball, crosses over, ends up leaving the 5-10 split. Coldwater with a strike for the third bowler to start his 10th frame. Riley, spare attempt here. And he missed it, so he'll finish with a 174. Coldwater with another strike for his second ball in the 10th. Ashton up for Napoleon. A nice strike for Ashton right in the pocket. That's now 5 in a row for him. And the third Coldwater bowler finishes with 3 strikes in the 10th for a total of 235. Or no, 233. Ashton with another strike. Coldwater, fourth bowler up. He starts out with 7, leaving the 3-6-10. Ashton now, final ball, 10th frame. Comes in just a little light. Ends up getting 7. He finishes with a 244. Nice game, Ashton. Coldwater picks up their spare. Now Jacob to start the 10th frame. He's got a spare working in the 9th, and he'll start the 10th with a strike. Coldwater gets 9 on their final ball, and he finishes with a 235. All right, Jacobs, second ball, 10th frame. And he gets the tap on the 10 pin. It goes down for the strike. Coldwater's fifth bowler starts the 10th frame with a strike. That's now 6 in a row for him. Jacob now, final ball, 10th frame. It looks good, but it leaves the 10 pin. So he'll finish with a 213. And Napoleon looks like they finish unofficially with a 10-51 in game number 1. If I can read the scoreboard correctly. And the last Coldwater bowler finished with a 30, and that gives them a total of 1147. As I get the updated scores, I'll put them on screen, but right now I just have Napoleons and Coldwaters. All right, Michael getting ready to start the second game for Napoleon. Michael lets it go. Hits heavy, leaves the 3-6-10. Looked like he started that one inside. Coldwater, looks like they started that one a little far outside. Didn't come all the way back. They leave the looks like the 2-pin. Michael. Oh, he couldn't get it to come back. Gets 2 out of the 3. Coldwater now, their spare attempt, and they cover that one. Preston now. Looks good. That's a strike for Preston. Elijah's in now. Coldwater hits heavy, gets 6, leaves a 3-6-9-10. Elijah now. First ball, second game. He comes up just a little bit light, ends up leaving the 5-8. Elijah picks up the spare. Ashton now, lane 15. Nice ball from Ashton for a strike. Chance of ooh-ah go up from the crowd. Jacob now, lane 15. Looked like a good ball. It is. It's a strike for Jacob. And a strike from Coldwater from their third bowler. Coldwater's fourth bowler. And he gets a strike. Coldwater starts their second frame over on lane 15 with a 6-10, get 8. Coldwater hits high, leaves a 6-pin. That was on lane 16 from their 5th bowler. Coldwater's first bowler now, spare attempt. And he picks that one up. And Coldwater picks up their spare on lane 6. Michael up now, lane 16 for to start his second frame. First we got Coldwater over on lane 15. And he gets a strike. Now Michael. Michael gets 9, leaves the 5-pin. And there's a strike from Coldwater on lane 15. Michael now, spare attempt. And he's got it. Brings up Preston. Coldwater a little light on their attempt on lane 15. Ends up leaving the 2-pin. Preston now, lane 16 for Napoleon. That one comes up high on him. He ends up leaving the 3-pin. Coldwater picks up their spare. Preston now, spare attempt. Picks that one up. Coldwater, strike on lane 15. Elijah now, lane 16. That one hits high, ends up leaving the 6, 9, 10. Elijah, spare attempt. Oh, it gets 2 out of the 3. Came in just a little bit too flush. Didn't kick the 6 over into the 10. Now we've got Ashton. Ashton leaves the 3, 6, 10. Ashton now, spare attempt. And he picks that one up. That'll bring up Jacob now. We got a pin in the lane, or a pin in the gutter on lane 15. Now we got Jacob up on lane 16. And he ends up leaving the 8 pin. And I don't know, that might be the 4 pin. I think that's the 4 pin. Jacob picks up his spare. Now we got Michael starting out the 3rd frame. And a strike for Michael. Preston with a strike now on lane 15. Coldwater comes in light, misses the head pin, gets 7, leaving the 1, 2, 4. Now we got a pin missing in the rack on lane 15. That'll get reset. Coldwater picks up 2 out of the 3. Elijah ready to start his 3rd frame. Looks like a good ball, and it is a strike for Elijah. Coldwater leaving the 6-10. Now Ashton on lane 15. Ashton crosses over to the Brooklyn side, hits the 1-2 pocket for a strike. Wrong side, strong side. Coldwater picks up their spare. Coldwater with a strike on lane 16. Jacob up now, lane 15 for Napoleon. Nice ball from Jacob for a strike. Strike for Coldwater. Coldwater leaves the 10 pin to start their fourth frame. Coldwater with a strike to finish out their third frame on lane 16. Coldwater picks up their spare. Now Michael up on lane 16 for Napoleon. And he leads the pin. 9. Michael picks up his spare. Coldwater with a strike on lane 15. Preston now, lane 16. Nice ball for a strike from Preston. Coldwater with a strike. That's 4 in a row for him. Elijah up now, lane 16. And he leaves the 7 pin standing. Coldwater drifts a little high. They leave the 6-10. Elijah picks up his spare. Coldwater picks up their spare. Preston now. And he leaves I'm sorry, that's Ashton. Ashton leaving the 4 pin. Coldwater with a strike on lane 15. That's 3 in a row now for him. Ashton, spare attempt. Covers. Got Jacob up, lane 16 to close out the 4th frame. And a strike from Jacob. That's 2 in a row now for him. Michael now up on lane 15. Nice ball from Michael for a strike right in the pocket. Now we've got Preston. Preston's got 2 strikes in a row now, in the 3rd and the 4th. This is the start of his 5th frame. Coldwater with a strike, lane 16. Nice ball from Preston. Another strike, 3 in a row now. Coldwater, lane 16. Another strike for Coldwater. Brings up Elijah. Elijah's going to re-rack. Not sure if a pin was missing. Coldwater over on lane 16. Another strike for him. 5 and 5 frames now. Elijah lets it go. Nice ball from Elijah for a strike. Coldwater gets 9. Looks like a 9-pin standing. Ashton now, lane 15. Nice ball. Smooth. That's a strike for Ashton. Coldwater picks up their spare. Jacob leaving a solid 10-pin. Coldwater's 5th bowler. With a strike, 4 in a row for him. Jacob now. Oh, loses his spare outside. Michael with a strike to start the 6th frame. It's 2 in a row now for him. Coldwater leaving the 9-pin gets 9. Preston leaving a 10-pin on lane 16. Coldwater picks up their spare. Preston picks up his spare. Coldwater now. That's a strike for Coldwater on lane 15. That's 3 in a row for him. Elijah now, lane 16. Comes in a little heavy, leaves the 6-10. Coldwater leaves the 4-6-7 split. Came up a little high. Elijah now picks up his spare. Coldwater picks up 2 out of the 3. Just as a reminder, the format of this match will be similar to sectional, where it's 3 individual games followed by 6 Baker. Total pins, top 3 teams advance to the state. Ashton gets them all to fall for a strike. Coldwater with a nice ball for a strike. All right, we've just got the official score sheet here. So we've got Coldwater in the lead with 11:47. This is not right because it's not sorted. Give me just a second. We're going to input these scores and then we'll sort them for you. You're fine, I'm sorry. All right. All right. Now I've got them sorted. We've got Coldwater in the lead with 11:47. Napoleon in second with 10:51. Perkins at 9:57. Willard at 9:39. St. Henry's at 9:24. Eastwood at 8:80. Van Wert at 8:58. Kenton at 8:25. Liberty Center in ninth at 8:10. Winford also with 8:10. Fostoria at 7:91 and Fort Recovery with 7:79. Ashton with a strike. That makes 4 in a row now for him. Coldwater missed their spare over on lane 15. Jacob now up on lane 16. Comes in high, leaves the 4-6 split. This is to finish off the 8th frame here. Jacob picks up 1 out of the 2. Michael up now, lane 15. Comes in a little bit high, leaves the 6-10. Coldwater with a strike for their first bowler in the 9th frame. That's 2 in a row for him. Michael now picks up his spare. Preston now, lane 15. Nice ball for Preston for a strike. That's 2 in a row for him now. We'll get the full scores up on the screen at the end of the 3rd game. Meanwhile, the top 3 from the first game are Coldwater. I'm sorry, Coldwater, Napoleon, and Perkins, with Willard being about 18 pins back. Elijah picks up 9, leaving a 10 pin. Coldwater gets 9, looks like a 9 pin left. Maybe the 6, but it looks more like a 9. Elijah picks up their spare. Coldwater picks up their spare. Ashton now. Another strike for Ashton. That's 5 in a row now. The boys are fired up. They've got good energy. Jacob now ninth frame. Comes up heavy, but he gets the 10 pin to knock down the 6 for a strike. So Napoleon with all marks in the ninth frame. 3 strikes and 2 spares. Coldwater, that was a strike to finish out his ninth frame. Coldwater's first bowler up on lane 15. He's got strikes in the 8th and 9th frame. His 10th frame. First ball is a strike. Now we got Michael, lane 16. First ball, his 10th frame. And he splits, leaving the 4, 6, 7. Coldwater, second ball, 10th frame, leaves the 7 pin standing. Michael now hoping to convert this split in the 10th frame. Oh, very close. He got the 4 pin to slide across, but it slid just in behind the 6. And Michael will finish with a 182. Preston misses the head pin, leaves the 1-2-4. Waters' first bowler leaves a 2-0-2, or finishes with a 2-0-2. Preston getting ready for his spare attempt. Coldwater got 9. Looks like a 6 pin down there. Preston picks up his spare. He'll get one more. Coldwater picks up their spare. Preston now, last ball. Comes in light, gets 8. He finishes with a 210. Coldwater's second bowler, last ball, gets 9. Finishes with a 214. Elijah will start the 10th frame out with a strike, working on a spare in the 9th working on a spare in the 9th frame. Coldwater hits high but gets the carry for a strike. Elijah looks like he pulled that one. Gets 5. Coldwater with another strike in the 10th frame. Elijah picks up his spare. He finishes with a 181. Coldwater gets a strike, and that'll finish him out. He finishes with a 244. Ashton starts the 10th out with a strike. That gives him 6 in a row now. Coldwater leaves a solid 10. Ashton looks like a 6-pin down there. Gets 9. Coldwater picks up their spare. Ashton, spare attempt. Picks it up. And he finishes with a 249. Coldwater's 4th bowler will finish with a 197. Jacob now, 10th frame. And Jacob will start out with a strike, building on his strike from the 9th frame. Coldwater starts the 10th with a strike, also with a strike in the 9th frame. Jacob with another strike. 3 in a row now. Coldwater gets them all to fall for a strike. Jacob's last ball, a little bit light, gets 7. He finishes with a 202. So that gives Napoleon an unofficial total of 1024. After 2 games, 2075. The Coldwater bowler looks like they finished with a 222. That gives them a second total game of 1079. And after 2 games, 22-26. Coldwater at this point. $10.79 for Coldwater. 1024 is what I've calculated. All right, starting out for Napoleon in the third game will be Riley Ehlers. Coldwater starts out with 9, leaving the 6. Riley hits heavy, ends up leaving the 3-6. Coldwater misses their spare attempt inside. Riley now, spare attempt. And he chops, gets 1. Coldwater comes in heavy, leaves a 6-10. Preston now up for Napoleon. And he gets them all to fall for a strike. In the third slot, we got Michael Gallagher. Michael hits heavy. He splits, leaving the 4-6-7. Coldwater picks up their spare. Michael trying to get at least 2 here. He gets 1. Tried to cut the 4 over into the 6. Coldwater hitting heavy, splits, leaving the 3-6-7. Ashton now up, 4th slot. And he leaves 1. He leaves the 9 pin, it looks like. Coldwater picks up 1 out of the 3. Ashton picks up his spare. Coldwater leaving a 4 pin. Gets 9. Now we got Jacob coming up. Jacob with a nice ball for a strike. Coldwater picks up their spare. Coldwater with a strike to close out the first frame. Coldwater gets ready to start the second frame. He comes up high, leaves the 5-pin. Riley now start the second frame for the Wildcats. He comes up high, leaves the 3-6. Coldwater picks up their spare. Riley now, spare attempt. Picks that one up, nicely done. Coldwater comes in light, ends up splitting, leaves the 2-4-10. Preston now hits a little high, but he gets them all to fall. That's a strike for Preston. 2 in a row now. Coldwater with their spare attempt here. Nicely picked up by Coldwater. Michael up now. Nice ball for Michael. Strike for him. That deserves a hoo-wah. Another nice ball from Napoleon. Can I get another hoo-wah? Jacob now. Nice strike from Jacob. I think that's another hoo-wah. Coldwater with a strike to start the third frame. Looks like we had a little hiccup in the internet service, but looks like we're back in business now. Coldwater finishes out. Well, they've got one more ball, but they get 9 in their last ball of the second frame. Coldwater, 7-pin conversion here. Picks it up. All right, Riley getting ready to kick things off in the third frame for the Wildcats here. Lets it go. And a strike for Riley. Brings up Preston now. Preston wasting no time. And that's a good looking ball for a strike. Coldwater now. They leave a 7-pin over on lane 15. Michael's up now. He's ready. And there's a strike for Michael. So 3 bowlers in the third frame from Napoleon and 3 strikes. Coldwater picks up their spare. Now we've got Ashton. And a strike for Ashton. Good, there's a strike. All strikes for Napoleon in the third frame. Can I get a hoo-wah? Coldwater high, leaving the 6-10 on lane 15. And he picks up his spare. That was the 4th bowler. That's their third frame. They got their anchor bowler coming up to bowl the last frame of the third frame in the last individual game. Nice strike from Coldwater to end the third frame from them. That'll bring Riley back up for Napoleon now on lane 15. That one doesn't pick up. Misses the head pin, leaves the 1-3-6, or I'm sorry, the 1-2-4. Looked like he got that one started inside. It just couldn't catch enough dry to break towards the pocket. That looks better. There's the spare for Riley. A nice spare conversion from Coldwater. Picking up the 2-4-10. Preston now on lane 15. Comes in light, but he gets him to fall. That's a strike for Preston. Michael now, lane 15. Good looking ball. Good pocket hit for Michael. That's a strike for him. Brings up Ashton. Ashton with a nice looking ball. That's a strike for him. Good spare attempt from Coldwater. Picks up 3 out of the 4. Jacob now, lane 15. Good looking ball, but it leaves a solid 10. Coldwater with a strike down in lane 16. Jacob now, spare attempt. Picks up his 10 pin. Coldwater leaving the 6-9-10. Coldwater picks up their spare. Coldwater getting ready to finish out the 4th frame here, last individual game, and he does so with strike. Riley ready on lane 16. Lets it go. Ends up leaving the 4-8. Gets 8. Coldwater leaves the 2 pin. Riley picks up his spare. Coldwater picks up their spare. Preston now. And another strike for Preston. Preston's been on fire this game. Coldwater with a strike over on lane 15. Now we got Michael. Michael crosses the head pin, gets a Brooklyn. That's 4 in a row now for him. Wrong side, strong side. Coldwater gets him to fall on lane 15 for a strike. That brings up Ashton. Ashton comes in heavy but leaves the 10 pin. He gets 9. Michael had 4 strikes in a row, or has 4 strikes in a row. Coldwater can't get the messenger to take out the 10 pin. He gets 9. Ashton misses his 10 pin conversion. Coldwater misses their 10 pin conversion. Jacob up now for Napoleon. Comes in high, gets lucky, just leaves the 6-10. Coldwater leaving a solid 10 pin. Jacob just missed. Chops leaving the 10 pin, picks up 1. Coldwater picks up his 10 pin. Moving into the 6th frame now, last individual game. Coldwater leaving a 10 pin. Riley's up lane 15 for Napoleon. And he leaves the 10 pin. Coldwater picks up their spare. Riley loses that one to the right. Can't pick up his spare. Preston now. Another good looking ball for Preston and another strike. Can I get a hoo-ah? And a strike for Coldwater over on lane 16. Now we got Michael Gallagher, lane 15. And that one won't come back enough. Ends up leaving the 2 pin, comes in light. Coldwater hits heavy, but pin comes out of the back and takes down the 3-6-10 for a strike. Michael picks up his spare. Coldwater with another strike on lane 16. Ashton now up for Napoleon, lane 15. That one looks good. That one's a strike for Ashton. Jacob now. Coldwater with a strike just a moment ago on lane 16. Jacob now. He comes in light, misses the head pin, leaves the 1-2-4. And Jacob takes down the 4-pin with the back door, but does get the spare. Elijah now in for Riley. Elijah starts that one out wide, but it comes back for a strike. Nice ball from Elijah. Coldwater leaving a 2-pin. Preston up now. Another strike for Preston. The streak continues. Coldwater picks up the spare. Now we got Michael coming up on lane 16. And a strike for Michael. Coldwater's fourth bowler ends up leaving the 6-10. Ashton now, lane 16, comes up high. The 4-pin wobbles, but it won't drop. Gets 9. Ashton, spare conversion on the way. He's got it. Lane 15 looks like it re-racked. Or somehow there's an 8 in the scoreboard. Jacob up now, lane 16. And there's a Jacob. Jacob trying to get the boys, keep them fired up. Strike for Coldwater over on lane 15. Coldwater on the third bowler of their 7th frame. Napoleon's completed their 7th frame. Coldwater gets a late hit on the 9-pin, takes it out for a strike. Still waiting to get scoring updates after the second game. Coldwater's fourth bowler. And they leave the 2-4-10 split. Their third bowler's got 4 strikes in a row. And he picks up 2. Coldwater's fifth bowler to close out the 7th frame. And leaves the 8-pin on a nice looking hit. Coldwater picks up their spare to finish out the 7th frame. Coldwater starts the 8th frame. They're heavy. They leave the 3-6. Elijah up now on lane 15. Nice ball from Elijah for a strike. 2 strikes in a row now from Elijah. Coldwater picks up their spare. Preston now, lane 15. First ball, 8th frame. Little bit high, ends up leaving a 4-pin. Preston started the 3rd game with 6 or 7 strikes in a row. Coldwater leaves a 9-pin on lane 16. Preston, nice ball for the spare. Michael up, working on a strike in the last frame. Coldwater picks up the spare. Michael now lays it out there. Taps a 7, but it won't go down. Gets 9. Michael picks up his spare. Coldwater picked up their spare. Brings up Ashton now. Ashton with a strike. All right, we've got the official second game update after the second game. Coldwater still in the lead with a game of 10-79 for a total of 22-26. Napoleon with a game of 10-24 at 20-75 in second place. Jacob gets a late 10-pin for a strike. Perkins has moved up into third. They had a game of 10:41 with a total of 19:98. St. Henry's is in fourth. They had a game of 9:29 at total of 18:53. Willard at 9:07 when 18:46. Van Werton sixth, 9:41 and 17:99. Winford with a game of 960s moved up, total of 17:70. Fort Recovery had a 977, moved up to 17:56. Liberty Center with a game of 921 at 17:31. Eastwood at 769 in the second game, 16:49 total. And then rounding out is Fostoria with a game of 8:51 and Kenton with 8:04, 16:42 and 16:29. Elijah now starting the ninth frame. He starts it out with a strike. So your top three, Coldwater, Napoleon, and Perkins. St. Henry's is about 145 pins back at the cut line. Preston up now, ninth frame. Comes in heavy, gets the two pin to drop, leaves just the 9. Or I'm sorry, it looked like the 4 pin. Leaves just the 9. And Preston picks up the spare. Coldwater with a strike on lane 15. Michael now, lane 16, ninth frame. Hits high, but it carries for the strike. Brooklyn counts the same as a regular strike. Coldwater ends up splitting, leaving the 3, 6, 7, 10. Ashton up. Ashton leaving a 10 pin, gets 9. Ashton picks up a spare. Coldwater with a strike. I'm sorry, they converted their spare. My bad. Jacob with a strike. That's 3 in a row now for him. Coldwater with a strike over on lane 15. Coldwater's fourth bowler, ninth frame. And it's a strike. Coldwater's last bowler closes out the ninth with a strike. Coldwater starts the 10th with a strike. Elijah now, lane 15. 10th frame. Nice ball from Elijah. Starts the 10th frame with a strike. Coldwater with another strike. Elijah now, second ball, 10th frame. Oh, cannot get the 7 pin to go down. Gets 9. Coldwater, last ball, comes in light, gets 7. He'll finish with a 201. And Elijah picks up the spare, and he finishes with a 204 combined with Riley. Spare ninth. First ball in 10th is a strike. Is a strike. Preston now also with a spare in the 9th. Comes in light, leaves the 2, 4, 5, 8 bucket. And another strike for Coldwater. Preston, spare attempt. Pulled it just a little. Picks up 2 out of the 4. He'll finish with a 242. Has a strike in the 9th frame. First ball in the 10th. Crosses over the head pin, another Brooklyn, but another strike. Coldwater gets them all to fall. Last ball. He'll finish with a 206. Michael, second ball in the 10th. Ends up leaving the 5-7 split, gets 8. Coldwater left the 3-6-10. He had a strike in the 9th frame. Michael picks it up. Nicely done. He'll finish with a 225. Coldwater converted their spare. Now we've got Ashton. He's got a spare in the 9th, working on his 10th frame. And leaves a 4-pin. Came in just a slight bit heavy. Coldwater, last ball of the 10th for their 3rd bowler. And he finishes with 9, leaving a 4-pin. And that gives him a 203. Ashton picks up his spare. Coldwater, 4th bowler. Splits, leaves the 4-7-10. He was working on a strike in the 9th, or 2 strikes, a strike in the 8th and the 9th. Ashton comes up heavy in his last ball, leaves the 6-pin, and he finishes with a 205. Jacob now leaves a solid 10. Was working on strikes in the 7th, 8th, and 9th. Coldwater's final bowler strikes in the 8th and 9th. Ends up splitting. Leaves the 4-9. Jacob picks up his spare. And Coldwater picks up their spare with an impressive spare attempt. Cuts the 4-pin thin and slides it back into the 9th. Very well done. Jacob comes in heavy on his last ball, gets 9, leaving the 4-pin, and he'll finish with a 224. So all Napoleon bowlers in the 200s, an unofficial total of 1,100 for the 3rd game, which gives them 3175. The final Coldwater bowler, the 4th bowler with a 152, and the last one with a 17. That gives them an unofficial total of 979 in the 3rd game. And they still lead with a total of 3205. So that puts Napoleon down by about 30 pins at this point. Again, these are unofficial results. All right, looks like we're going to get ready and go straight into the bakers here.
Are we on? Okay. All righty, here we go, starting our bakers. Chris is on a quick timeout break. He'll be right back, folks. I'm stepping in for a quick minute. All right, starting it off for Napoleon, Elijah Wolf. Wolfie's ball, nice little pocket shot, starts it off with a strike. And Coldwater strikes. Up next for Napoleon, Michael Gallagher. Ball on the way. Another strike for Napoleon. Coldwater a little heavy, leaves a 3-pin. Up now for Napoleon, Preston. Preston a little heavy, gets 8. Preston now with his spare attempt. And he gets it. Coldwater 9 spare in their second frame. Coldwater with a strike. Ashton Kiesling now. Ashton with a good looking ball, leaves the 3-pin, it looks as low. Ashton's spare attempt. And he picks it up. Coldwater with 3 strikes in a row now. Jacob Hall in the 5th for Napoleon. Oh, Jacob with a solid 10-pin. Jacob Hall trying to pick up his 10 pin. He gets it. Coldwater gets their spare. Here's Elijah. Elijah gets another strike.
All right, I'm Mr. Tony Miller for filling in for. Got Michael up next, and a strike for Michael. Preston up. And Preston leaves. Coldwater with 7, leaving the 1-6-10. Oh, I'm sorry, that isn't the 5 pin for Preston. That's the 9 pin. Coldwater spare attempt, picks up 2. Preston picks up the spare. Coldwater leaves the 9 pin, gets 9. Got Ashton up now. Ashton with a strike. Coldwater picks up their 9 pin. Brings up Jacob. Jacob starts out the 10th with a strike. Coldwater hits heavy, leaves the and Coldwater chops, picks up the 6, but leaves, and they will finish with a first Baker game of 194. And Jacob leaves the 5-7 split. Jacob, spare conversion. And he picks up 1. And they will finish with a 222 in the first Baker game. With my unofficial 2 pins behind Coldwater, I have a total of 33.99 to 30.97. All right, we're getting ready for the second Baker game here. Elijah's going to get us started. He'll get 7, leaving the 2-4-8. Spare attempt underway. Picks it up. Brings up Michael. Michael split 4-7-10. Coldwater started the second Baker game with a 9 spare and a strike. Leaves a 10. Michael picks up 2. Coldwater picks up there. Preston with a strike. Coldwater gets a strike. Ashton up. Leaves the 10 pin, can't get the spinner to take it out. Another strike for Coldwater. Ashton with a nice spare on the 10 pin. Brings up Jacob now. Coldwater gets 8, leaves the 4-9 split. Jacob, 5th frame. And a strike for him. And he picks up one. Coldwater picks up 1. Elijah now up, 6th frame. Nice ball from Elijah for a strike. Can I get a hoo-wah? Michael with a strike. Preston up now. Preston with a strike. 3 in a row now for the Wildcats. Ashton with a split, the 4-7-10. Coldwater picks up their spare. Ashton picks up 2 out of the 3. Coldwater leaving an 8-pin to start their to start the 9th frame. Jacob now 10th frame. Leaving a 4-pin, gets 9. Jacob picks up his spare. Coldwater did not convert their spare in the 9th frame. Starts out the 10th with a strike though. Jacob, 1 more ball. And he gets 9, leaving a 4-pin. And Napoleon finishes with an even 200. Coldwater with 2 strikes in the 10th. Last ball. And they finish with 3 strikes in the 10th and a total of 183. So in ahead of Coldwater now by 15 pins. Remember, these are unofficial scores. All right, they've switched lanes again to start the 3rd baker. Elijah getting ready to start here. And he'll start things off with a strike. Coldwater also with a strike. Michael with a split, the 6-7-10. Coldwater gets them all to fall for a strike. It's 2 in a row for them now. Coldwater, 3 strikes now. Preston up for Napoleon. 7 wobbles, but it won't go down. Gets 9. Coldwater, 4 strikes in a row now. Preston pulls that one a bit. Can't convert the 7. Coldwater crossed the head pin. Brooklyn side gets the strike though. Ashton up. Hits flush with the head pin, leaves the 3-6. Coldwater, another strike. Ashton picks up the spare. And another strike for the Coldwater team. 7 in a row now. And a 10 pin for Jacob. Coldwater, another strike. Picks up the spare for the Wildcats in the 5th frame. Coldwater now, 9th frame. Comes in light, leaves a 5 pin. Elijah for the Wildcats. Coldwater first. The spare. Ball from Elijah for a strike. Coldwater, 10th frame. Anchor bowler. He hits heavy, leaves the 3-6. Michael up now. Strikes for the Wildcats now. convert the spare here, and he chops. So they will finish the third Baker game with a 256. Preston up now. Preston, a little light, leaves the 2-4-5-8. Or was that? Actually, was that Preston? I think that was Ashton. Yeah, that looks like Ashton. Ashton picks up the spare. All right, that was the 9th frame for Wildcats. Now we've got Jacob to close out the 10th. Hits heavy, ends up leaving the 4-6-10 split. Picks up 2. And the Wildcats will finish the third Baker, or that Baker game with a 178. The third Baker game is a 178. So that gives the lead back to Coldwater. Unofficially, I've got 38-38 to 37-75. About, what? 63 pins back. All right, they've switched lanes again, getting ready to start Baker game number 4. Again, as I get any scoring updates from other teams and other lanes, I'll let you guys know. Elijah lets it go. Ends up leaving the 6-10, gets 8. Coldwater starts things out with a strike. Elijah chops, picks up the 10 pin, leaves the 6 standing. Coldwater, another strike. Michael now, lane 15. Swings that one out wide. Gets the 7 to go down, but the 10 remains standing. 10 goes down, that's a strike. Another strike for Coldwater, 3 in a row now. Riley in. Coldwater's 4th bowler, little heavy, ends up leaving the 6-9. Riley takes a step back, regathers. And a strike for Riley. Coldwater picks up their spare. Ashton now. And there's a strike for Ashton. That's 3 in a row for the Wildcats now. Coldwater leaving an 8-pin. That might, yeah, that's the 8-pin. Jacob up now. Napoleon. Looks good. Strike for Jacob. Throw now for the Wildcats. Coldwater picks up their spare. Elijah back up. Leaves the 10-pin standing. Solid 10. Coldwater with a strike. Elijah picks up the spare. Coldwater, another strike. Michael up now. Lane 15. A little heavy. Leaves the 4-7. Water, solid 10-pin standing. Michael, spare attempt. He's got it. Coldwater, spare attempt. Also got it. Riley now. Number 3 slot. Hits a little heavy, gets lucky. Gets some late pinfall, just leaving the 6-pin standing. Gets 9. And a strike for Coldwater. Riley, spare conversion coming up. And he gets it, converts the 6-pin. Coldwater starting the 10th frame, 4th Baker game. And he leaves the 3-6. Comes in heavy. Ashton now, 9th frame. Comes off his hand good. Oh, leaves the 10-pin. Messenger slid right behind. Gets 9. Coldwater converts their spare. Ashton leaves that inside, can't convert. Coldwater, last ball, 10th frame. strike. Coldwater finishes with a 226. Jacob comes up high, ends up leaving the 610. Jacob covers the spare. One more in the 10th. Jacob lets it go. Looks good. 10-pin stands. That's 9 for him. They'll finish with a 202. So 202 in the 4th Baker. I've got an unofficial score of 39.77 for Napoleon and 40.64 for Coldwater. That puts them 87 pins behind unofficially. Again, I don't have any other scores yet. Baker game getting underway. Starting us off. And a strike for Elijah. Coldwater starts with a strike as well. And another strike for Napoleon. Coldwater comes in light, leaves the 4-8. Now we've got Riley up for Napoleon. And he gets a little help and gets the strike. That's 3 in a row now for Napoleon. Ashton comes up heavy, leaves the 3-6-10. Coldwater spare attempt. Chops. And a strike for Coldwater. Ashton spare attempt. Picks it up. Coldwater's 4th bowler. Lane 15. Strike for him. That brings up Jacob now on lane 16 for Napoleon. 5th frame. 5th Baker. And a strike. Coldwater a little bit light there, leaves the 2-pin. Brings back Elijah. Elijah gets 9 of them to fall, leaves a 5-pin. And Coldwater picks up the spare. Elijah with a spare attempt now. Up. Coldwater leaves the 4-pin. You got the 4-7-10 for Napoleon. This was Preston. Coldwater converts their spare. Preston, spare attempt. Picks up 1. Coldwater picks up the strike on lane 15. That's their 7th frame. Riley now, 8th frame for Napoleon. Hits heavy, leaves a 3-6-9-10. Coldwater hits heavy, leaves the 3-6. Coldwater picks up their spare. Now Riley will attempt his. Well done, picks it up. Coldwater leaves a 4-7. Ashton now. Also leaves the 4-7. Coldwater, spare attempt. Chops, gets the 7. Ashton now, his spare conversion. Picks it up. Tenth frame for Coldwater. Leaves a 5-7 split. Jacob now, lane 16, starting the 10th frame. Gets a re-rack. Coldwater picks up 1. Coldwater will finish the 5th baker with a 172. Now Jacob, first ball in the 10th. Gets the strike. And another re-rack. We're missing a head pin on the lane 16. Now it looks like he's got all 10 pins. Another strike for Jacob. All right, Jacob, last ball, 5th Baker. And another strike for Jacob, 3 in a row on the 10th. They finished with a 210. All right, I've got an unofficial score of 41.87 for Napoleon, 42.36 for Coldwater. So that's 49 pins back. Again, I don't have any of the other scores yet. All right, Coldwater and Napoleon entering into the last Baker. Coldwater starts out with 7, leaving the 3, 6, 9. Elijah up for Napoleon. Starts that one outside, feeds it back in, but leaves the 10 pin. Maybe just a touch bit light. Coldwater picks up their spare. Napoleon picks up the spare. Nice job, Elijah. Preston's up next in the number 2 slot. Coldwater splits, leaving the 4, 7, 10. Comes in heavy, but he gets the carry for the strike. Looks like he pulled that one just slightly, but Coldwater with a good spare attempt picks up 2. Now we got Riley in number 3. Riley leaving a 4 pin, gets 9. Coldwater with a strike over on lane 16 in the 3rd frame. Riley now, spare attempt. He's got it. Ashton. 4 pin falls late, but he gets the strike. Coldwater, their 5th bowler. He gets a strike. That's 3 in a row now for Coldwater. Jacob up now. Lane 15 for Napoleon. And he gets the strike. That's 2 in a row now for the Wildcats. Back around top of the order for Coldwater. And he gets a strike. That's now 4 in a row. Elijah now comes in a little bit heavy. That looks like the 6-7. Coldwater. It's either can't tell if it's a 4-6 or a 6-7. Coldwater left the 10 pin, and he pulls that one inside, misses. Elijah picks up 1. Coldwater leaving an 8 pin. Preston up now for Napoleon. That one hits the 1-2 pocket. Brooklyn side leaves just the 10. Coldwater picks up the spare. Oh, Preston just inside, misses the 10 pin. Coldwater now, their 4th bowler, 9th frame. Another strike. Riley swings it out wide. It misses the head pin. 10 pin falls late, so he's left with just the 1-2-4. Light ball from Coldwater, leaving the 1-2-8. That's to start the 10th frame. He starts with a 7. Riley picks up the spare. Coldwater picks up their spare in the 10th. They'll get 1 more. Ashton leaves the 7 pin. Coldwater finishes with a strike. He'll finish with a 203 in the last game. Ashton loses that one off his hand, can't convert the spare. And Jacob starts out the 10th with a strike. If he can strike out, we've got a max total of 183 here in the last Baker. Jacob gets the 7 pin to go down, another strike. Jacob, last ball. And he gets 8. And they finish with a 181. So an unofficial total, I've got Coldwater at 44.39, Napoleon at 43.68. A difference of 71 pins. As I get more scores, we'll update you. All right, we're going to go silent for a little bit, and I'm going to try and gather up some scores. All right, we still do not have scores, but it looks like they're bringing the table and stuff out, so hopefully we're getting closer. Once I see a copy of the final score sheet, I will try and get it up on screen for you guys. I do have an unofficial score for Perkins, and they finished at 42.98. Napoleon at 43.68 is the unofficial total that I've got. And then Coldwater at 44.39. I do not have any scores for St. Henry or Willard or Van Wert. So all right, looks like we're about to get started.
Okay, I think everything's ready to go for you. Thanks everybody.
Toby Perkins, 712, or Toby Yoakum from Perkins with a 712.
Our silver winner with a score of 698, Napoleon Ashton Kiesling.
698 from Napoleon Ashton Kiesling.
Third place on our Alter tournament team from Old Fort with 695, Hayden Tarris.
Old Fort, 695. I believe he said Hayden Tarris.
Fourth place with a 680 from Coldwater, Nathan Snook.
Nathan Snook, Coldwater with a 680.
Fifth place with a 673 from Liberty Center, Landon Amstutz.
Landon Amstutz, 673, Liberty Center.
Sixth place from Minster with a 670, Chandler Hoskins.
Chandler Hoskins from Minster, 670.
Seventh place with a 669 from Coldwater, Hayden Runs.
669 from Coldwater.
Eighth place on our all-tournament team with a 661 from Napoleon, Preston Miller.
661, Preston Miller from Napoleon.
Nice going, guys. Next, as we announce the tournament champions and the top three, coaches just send one representative up here to the front desk, and we'll give you the plaques and the medals to go with that. And again, you can go off the side, take pictures, or you can go back to the party room. Our tournament district champion this year with a total of 4439, Coldwater.
Coldwater, number 1, 4439.
Second place in our silver winner with 4368, Napoleon.
4368, Napoleon, number 2.
Third place with a 4298, Perkins.
Perkins, number 3 with a 4298.
Next, for our individual winners will be advancing to state. First place, the 695, Hayden Tarris from Old Fort.
Hayden Tarris, Old Fort, advancing as an individual.
Second place with a 673 from Liberty Center, Landon Amstutz.
Landon Amstutz, 673 from Liberty Center, advancing.
And third place with a 670 from Minster, Chandler Hoskins.
Chandler Hoskins from Minster, advancing in the number 3 slot as an individual.
Those three individuals, we do have a packet for some state tournament information before you guys leave today. Thanks everybody for coming. Great bowling this afternoon. Have a safe trip home.
Here you go. All right. Unfortunately, I think there's going to be too many numbers here to try and get in a timely fashion. So we'll just read down the final here. I'll get them up on the YouTube under this description tonight. But we've got Coldwater 44.39, Napoleon 43.68, Perkins was 42.98, fourth place just under the St. Henry with 40.71, Liberty Center with 39.05, Willard with 38.94, Fostoria with 38.10, Winford with 37.92, Van Wert with 37.73, Fort Recovery with 35.49, Eastwood with 34.93, and Kenton with 34.05. So again, advancing to state, Coldwater, Napoleon, and Perkins. I've enjoyed bringing the this district tournament to you as part of Wildcat Varsity Bowling. Thank you for bearing with me with all the technical difficulties. We're going to try and do this again tomorrow with the girls starting at 10 a.m. So we're going to sign off here and say, go Wildcats.